1, 2, 3, testing 1, 2, 3, testing 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. And we are live. Hello, it's me again. Welcome once again to Spleen Squeezings. I am your host with the least, RHJunior, Reality Check. Ralph Edward Hayes Jr. calling to you live out of Marietta, Ohio, the place God sat when he made the rest of the world. Okay. Just getting everything up and rolling, up and running, up and, everything. Posting everything up, I started, letting everybody know that we're starting. Tweet. Rock and rob a little tweet. Oh, yeah. I literally woke up like 10 minutes ago, so give me a minute for my brain to reboot. Okay, and let's see here. Just getting everything started up. Doom doom ba doom ba doom ba doom 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 ba doom ba doom ba flip flap doom ba chbeep ba doom ba hey hoy woman. This is becoming by default my opening theme music, I think. Could be worse. Not exactly thrilled with this opening screensaver pattern. It's kind of meh. I'm serious. I'm just. I think I'm waiting for my sinuses to finish draining. I don't know. Lately, I tend to wake up and if I've fallen asleep on my stomach, just snot central, just draining it, just. So right now, it feels like my entire, my lungs and everything are just. It feels like I've been breathing lung butter for the past 2 or 3 hours. Isn't that a lovely thought? Not much new in the news today. The world still sucks. And now for the weather. Also sucks. Supposed to be up in the 90s over the weekend, over the 80s and 90s. Oi. Just oi. And yeah, I bought a new air conditioner for $20 off the local lawnmower kid. He said, "I got an air conditioner. You want to buy it?" This guy's like in his like 18, 20 something. So calling him the kid is But anyway, he's I haven't even plugged in yet. I can't even get it up in the window yet. I have to figure out what to do with it, where to put it. I've got a little bitty air conditioner here in the living room it's just wheezing away, and I got a little bitty air conditioner in my back bedroom, and I've got a little bitty air conditioner sitting on the floor. The little bitty air conditioner sitting on the floor is slightly larger than the other two, so I suspect it's a little bit more powerful. And meanwhile, my electric bill is now over $700 for this month. Yeah, this is what happens when you miss. You only make partial payments. That the part you don't pay does carry over eventually. But just I feel like I'm trying to keep a pack of wolves at bay by throwing kibbles and bits at them. And I'm down to the last few kibbles at the bottom of the bag. So please order a commission, buy a book, make a donation, make a pledge. Uh, Seriously though, if you know anybody that needs like an album cover or a book cover. Now, I know you're out there. I mean, Amazon.com got all sorts of people out there publishing books. And I've seen what covers you use. And I mean, we're talking, slapped sideways through a cheap rip-off copy of Photoshop bad. So, come on. I'm sure your book is awesome. I'm sure you're an awesome author. But book covers, man. No, don't just load down, download some, stolen clip art off the internet and cut and paste it all together till you get some. No, hire an artist. I mean, there are thousands. We're out there. We're starving. We'll work cheap. Okay, you know, there are thousands of artists out there. You do your thing and they'll do their thing, and you'll have a cool book with a cool cover. But everybody in Amazon.com just no. They just doing some horrible things to book covers out there. Just evil book covers. I'm serious, man. Just hurt your eyes, make you cry. Your book cover should not look like your book is a hobby. Is what I'm basically saying here. At least make it have you just browse the artwork that other people do. You go to DeviantArt, deviantart.com, and just look at the stuff out there. There's all sorts of, and no, don't just download some free photos and cut and paste. Those are just even worse. There is nothing tackier looking than a book cover made out of clip art photographs. You know, it just yeah, it's like one step below a kid with a crayon drawing in one hand and a refrigerator magnet in the other. It's no. Hire an artist. And yes, I'm saying that because I'm an artist. I also say that because I'm a starving artist who needs work. So, hire us, please. Anyway, uh, topical discussions. What can be said except that the founding fathers would already be opening fire? Uh, it's brazen. It's they pretend to be leaders, and we are expected to pretend to believe them. And God help us if we don't play along. I have grown up. I think I've grown up with some terrible. The reason I'm such an immature adult and is largely because I've never really acquiesced. I've never really I never really learned humility before authority, and it doesn't help that I learned too quickly that uh, most of the world's earthly authority figures that they just don't deserve the power they have. years of being disappointed and even outright betrayed, sometimes indirectly, sometimes directly, by people with authority, is just it's devastating on anybody who has to. We are told by Christ, as Christians, we are told, be subject to the higher power, respect, uh, respect authority, not blindly, but respect rightful authority. But too quickly, uh, it becomes obvious these days that there is very little rightful authority out there. And this is the reason that everybody talks about the American Revolution, but you have to realize something. Over the vast majority of history, uh, revolutions rarely produce the result they are aimed at. In fact, the American Revolution is a shocking example. It's a shocking exception to the rule. Uh, everybody is and enamored of the romance of the revolutionaries. They have an image of bringing around just rule. The very few revolutions, military or otherwise, produce results like the American Revolution. Most of them turn out like the French Revolution. Truthfully, truthfully though, the American Revolution, I think the fundamental difference is that it was about restoring rightful rule, not merely just overthrowing the poor ruler. The founding fathers knew, I mean, they're fully aware of the consequences of armed revolution, and that you read the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution and the Federalist Papers. This wasn't an impulse thing. They were just PO'd, grabbed their muskets, and went blah 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 blah, blah and stood up, and they had a free country. No, they had these people spent a long, long, long time discussing what was, what constituted rightful, and they spent a long time praying about it too. Benjamin Franklin, who was anything but what you'd call a church mousy guy. This guy, Ben Franklin was kind of scandalous. In fact, he said, he was the one who stood up and said, "A house divided against itself cannot stand." And if God's hand is not in the construction of this government, it will surely fail. And he was the one that urged the founding fathers, when they came together to compose the first draft of the Constitution, that they first, they were getting nowhere for days. And he said, Britain, he was the one who called for them to engage in prayer before they proceeded with the work. Because he said, if God's hand is not in this, it will not last. Anybody that tells you that the founding fathers were, oh, they weren't Christian, they were just, deists and, agnostics and atheists even, and just ignore them. They're too historically illiterate to know better. You can read the Federalist Papers, you can read the writings of the founding fathers and of the founding fathers' families. Uh, that nonsense got started up even before they were cold in the ground. Uh, uh, I forget which figure it was. Uh, his widow said she was astonished. She said he would be. They were claiming that this guy was a deist, and she said it would be a surprise to him and to the members of the church that he attended for his entire life. uh, it is the nature of man to hate the message of Christ. That's a sad truth. And you can't think anything and just cheese people off more than having to admit that the Christian faith founded America. Nothing infuriates them more. And these people have dedicated. There are people who have dedicated their lives to propagating the big lie that Christianity had nothing to do with the founding of our country and its principles. We made a nation that welcomed all faiths and all beliefs, but it was Christian principles and a belief in the God of uh, Isaac, Abraham, and Israel, and of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John that informed their values. But it was that they realized that the government of Great Britain was violating its principles, violating its own law. In fact, they came down and said that the Parliament, King George and the Parliament, they were openly violating the law of England in how it dealt with the colonists. And this was not some trivial matter. Oh, they put 2% tax on the tea. We are talking some pretty egregious violations of human rights, life, and dignity. Uh, I read one excerpt that most people don't understand is that my brain's still just clogged up. I'm trying to. That provision in the Constitution that says that the government cannot quarter its troops in the homes of private citizens. That sounds like an abstractly trivial issue, doesn't it? Uh, you have to understand, this wasn't a matter of the government coming on, having Johnny Redcoat. Oh, you're going to let him sleep on your couch for a few days here. No, no. When the troops quartered in someone's property, they came in. The men came in. They took over that house, and by law, they could do this. They were the commanding officer. They ate them out. Literally ate out their sustenance, as the proclamations put it. They would come in. They would eat all the food. They would steal the cattle. They would claim it as property of the government. They would take anything of value, right down to right down to the silverware. They would conscript the landowner's sons, drag them off, draft them on the spot, and drag them off to be soldiers or sailors. And this was back in the day when they had kids as young as 10 years old, little drummer boy, getting drafted into platoons, and the troops would molest or even outright rape the man's daughters. Uh, Servants would be hauled off as slaves. And yes, they did have free black people back in those days. So, and it was abominable. They would come in, and they were like a horde of locusts. They were a plundering army. They would plunder their own people. Under the claim that we're here to protect you from the French or from the Indians, and if you resisted, they shot you. So this was no tiny thing. This was what the most quote unquote progressive nation on earth did to its own people. This is what Great Britain did to its own citizens out in the colonies. Yeah, they weren't much better about dealing with people at home either, which is why we all left. But they figured because we weren't living in Great Britain anymore, we couldn't give them any, grief. You done goofed, great, Parliament. But there you have it. And the thing of it is, the abuses our government commits on a routine basis are pretty much approaching what the British Empire used to do to our forefathers. When they wrote and they said that the British, the Redcoats, committed every atrocity imaginable against the colonials, they were not being flowery in their speech. They were describing the real deal. And it is terrible to say, but our government is doing pretty much everything that they're just not as blatant about it, but their violations are more sweeping. They're not so crass as to have the troops come in and just bang the farmer's daughter. But the violations they're committing are more invasive, more sweeping, and they're doing things that the founding fathers wouldn't have even imagined, and they're doing it to us. Okay, we've got Remdog and we've got Archangel. And hello, gentlemen. And with two other people here. I'm hoping someday to break an audience of 10. I don't think they're, I constantly wonder if there are enough righteous, God fearing, courageous men to actually stage a revolution in this country against our corrupt government. I don't think there are. Because it is evident with everything the government does, we pretty much, all we do, what do we do when we're confronted with violations against our civil rights and against our dignity as our God-given dignity as human beings? We write hashtags. The vast majority is just write hashtags. I'm not doing much better, but in my own defense, in my physical condition, the the most strategic use you could get out of me on a battlefield is if you threw me out of an airplane and I landed on somebody. Let's just say, there were no mobility scooters on Bunker Hill, so uh, yeah. But get a little drinky here. Uh, Now, how far is our country? Our government regards the American people, not the Muslims. Our government, our rulers, are the spoiled, perfumed princes on Capitol Hill do not regard the Muslims as enemies. They do not regard the communists as enemies. They regard us as the enemy. And they get as many of the uh, chronically useless in our society to the sheep herds to parrot that. A Muslim, every other day we're reading about another Muslim shooting up or hacking down or blowing up some bunch of who do they blame every time? They blame the armed populace, and they blame they blame the Christians. They explicitly did it this time. A Muslim shoots up a gay bar, and the bodies, the blood hadn't even cooled on the dance floor, and the poster children for worthless people, the talking heads in the press, were out there blaming our militant homophobic Christian community for for this atrocity. And let's go beyond that. I'm feeling pretty disgusted about that too. Is every other week we hear about we've got Muslims running out. The Muslims run out there and kill 3,000 of our people. on 9/11. For a brief moment, the country wakes up, and before you know it, we're back asleep again. We got Muslims out there shooting up Jewish daycare centers, uh, committing honor killings here in America. People, this isn't happening just over in Europe or in the godforsaken barren desert shitholes they call the Middle East. It's not happening to just to the poor people and to the poor innocent people in Israel. It's happening here in the United States. Honor killings and racially motivated, anti-Semitic homicides. The mad mullahs are on TV now in our country, telling you got Muslims out in the street doing, oh, yeah. Have you seen the footage of that? Like Toronto, in the streets of American and Canadian cities, mob of Muslim men, shirtless Muslim men, just dancing. I don't know what the hell this is supposed to be, particularly, other than a typical jihadist crap. Every other day, Muslims are out there throwing acid in their daughters' faces, raping women, committing honor killings, going on shooting sprees. A Muslim shoots up a church and everybody snores. A Muslim, shoots up a Jewish daycare center. Everybody yawns. A Muslim shoots up a gay bar, and all of a sudden, all our enlightened progressives in this country suddenly rediscover their moral outrage. I swear, when it finally comes, I'm probably going to, when the balloon finally goes up, I'm probably going to end up driving out, finding myself a hill outside of one of the cities, and just sitting up there watching as the Muslims set the city's light. I'm just going to sit there, and I'm just going to be I'm going to be so far gone. I'm going to be saying, "Burn, you bastards, burn." That's how angry I am sometimes at just how much we have been betrayed by the very people who are supposed to be leading us and protecting us. How we have been betrayed by the teeming masses of gullible schmucks who regurgitate this. This progressive pap. Hashtag not all Muslims. If a Muslim comes, don't believe them, okay? Do you know what? There's a word. Taqiyya. Taqiyya. It's a word for the Muslim doctrine. It's a word for the Muslim doctrine that it is no sin to lie to the infidel in the service of Allah. And do you get that yet? Do you understand that yet? Is that it's a part of their doctrine? It's a part of it's the way the golden rule is a part of Christian doctrine. It's the way the Ten Commandments are a part of Christian or Jewish gospel. It's their John 3:16. Come on, they do not consider it, even worthy of noting, to lie to you to your face. because you're an infidel. And if they come out there and say, "Well, I'm a Muslim, and and I would like to protest," you'll see maybe a handful of Muslims come out there and say, "Oh, well, we blah blah blah," this is not proper, and they're lying. And even if they were telling the truth, it wouldn't matter because they are like the vanishing minority. The number of Muslims who actively protest against the violence of Islam uh, is so small that it might as well be it's small enough to be a margin of error. They're good at theatrics. But the end of the day is done. They ascribe to the teachings of a rapist, child molester, and murderer. And they consider it their right to rob, rape, and kill you. Not every Muslim will do that, but not every Christian goes on missions to the Congo either. And everybody, there are people that are going to hear anything I say, and they're just, oh, he's such a xenophobe. He's such a xenophobe. He's such an Islamophobe. He's such a racist. Just for the record, Islam is not a race. Okay? Just try and get it's just lazy thinking. Is one of the more disappointing things about people is they throw around words racist and they don't even know what a race is. It's self-evident by the fact that they call you racist for objecting to Islamic Jihad. They just know for decades the word racist was it got a reaction out of people. Calling somebody a racist for the longest time got a reaction out of people. It was they used the word for shock value, not for what it actually means. Of course, they've used it for so long that it's become the as Dennis Miller puts it, the 21st century equivalent of duty head. So what good is it? Racist, sexist, homophobe, Islamophobe. Don't you love the people that say, you're a homophobe because you're secretly homosexual? Have you heard that one? They started using the phobe suffix for a very obvious. It's psychological. They want to imply that people are afraid because people are afraid of you. They're weak. No, we're not. Those of us who oppose homosexuality are not afraid of homosexuality. We're disgusted by it. We're grossed out by it. We are more, and more importantly, we are morally opposed to it. But calling you a something phobe, X phobe, Islamophobe, homophobe, xenophobe, thisophobe, thatophobe, here and there a dairy phobe, just toddlers flinging names out on a playground. Well, I've gotten myself torqued up pretty fast. I'm cranked up and I was angry about the universe again. Well, I've gotten a commission, and so I'm basically 1/10 of the way I need to be. No, Tumblr. Listen, Tumblr earned its reputation. Okay, calling it a diamond in the rough, and no. Uh, if you want to go dumpster diving in Tumblr, welcome to it. Uh, oh, what was I looking for? I forgot. Uh, Brain skipped a groove. Oh, some of my other readers, further notifications on Sailing 101. Some of my readers, I don't know if it's some of you guys. Might be. Might use a different name, I don't know. But people are finally going, oh, geez, shut up. And they're calling him out on it. That's always a relief. If somebody's being an a hole on what if you've got a writer or a website owner or somebody that's somebody you frequent, somebody you're a fan of, and they've got somebody harassing them, speak up. Speak up. Okay? If the guy's a troll, call him on it. Because if the artist or writer or something, if he doesn't feel like he's got anybody backing him up out there, that's rough. You wouldn't tolerate. If you were standing out in in a public place talking to a friend or to somebody you admired or respected, and some a hole came running up and started just harassing them or yelling profanities at them or making ridiculous, or just generally being a jerk to your friend, you would back off, But when you stand there, don't just stand there and let this abusive jerk, trolls wouldn't, just no, step up, say something. Uh, that whole thing, ignore the troll and he'll go away. No, I think we firmly demonstrated that the exact opposite happens. I've been trying to ignore this guy for like over a week, and that only encouraged him. And when a couple of the other readers stepped up and said, "No, you're just an asshole," you're not a crusader. You're not a martyr for truth and justice and free speech. You're a dick. And first of all, that made my whole day. Second of all, I was like, thank God I'm not the only person in the whole dang universe who thinks this about this jackass. Because no matter how in the right you are, when you're standing out there alone, if you see somebody fighting for what is right, and no matter how big or how small the issues, don't leave them standing there alone. Speak Speak up. Your support could be the difference between them uh, overcoming the struggle, or it could be the difference between them going on and them throwing in the towel. Checking stuff over, just looking over my emails here real quick. Did I switch over? No, I didn't. Yes, I did. Okay. Okay. Yes, I like to leave my screensaver running while while I did checked on things, but the for some reason I can't get it to do that. Whatever. Anyway, anyhow, I'll figure something out later. I need to fix some dinner or something. I don't know what I'm sorry. My first impression of Tumblr, I never quite got the hang of Tumblr. I tried to search Tumblr, and I couldn't see it was like I was poking something randomly with a stick. I couldn't figure out how to get the interface to work. You know, I oh this sounds no, I don't want to go this. I want to go over here. I go over here. Why this page doesn't look like this. What is it doing? I couldn't get it to work. I don't know if I have a direct link to somebody's Tumblr, a direct link to somebody's Tumblr. I can look at it, right? But if I try to go from one Tumblr page to the other, I'm never sure what the hell is happening. The Tumblr interface is apparently designed by space aliens for space aliens. Anyway, The largest amount of my contact with Tumblr consists of learning about yet another person on Tumblr who is one of these quote unquote third wave feminists. I'm sorry, I got to point this out. Uh, they talk about third wave feminists as if they are something new. They're not. They're really not. Even the most they had feminists like these modern ones. Ever since the beginning of the movement. All right. It's just that they were largely ignored. Or rather, people didn't want to admit that they can't be really this crazy. And now we've got footage. All right. Every batshit crazy thing that feminists are saying now, they were saying back in the 50s. They were saying it back in the 60s. They were saying, some were saying it back in the 60s, and the 50s, and the 40s, all the way back. And the say and men were making the same warnings about runaway feminism. Back at the dawn of the movement, that they are saying now. Okay. Back before women. I remember seeing an old editorial cartoon from, I believe, from the 1890s. An artist was illustrating what he thought was going to happen if women got the vote. It showed a bunch of women, a bunch of suffragettes lined up to vote for. Showed this painted lady in a dance hall girl outfit and a top hat, saying, vote for I forget what the name of the vote for Madam M, the man tamer, and the women were henpecking their husbands, stuffing the baby into the husband's arms to march off to vote for this woman. The only thing different from what is happening right now with Hillary Clinton is that Hillary Clinton is ugly enough to frighten a pit bull. If Hillary Clinton came out dressed as a dance hall girl, I'd have to scoop my eyes out with a spoon. That's the only difference between what this guy predicted and what is happening. And that and the fact that they're not stuffing their babies into the arms of their henpecked husbands, they're handing them off to the daycare center and the public school system, and just latchkey kids if they're lucky. So these toucan-haired man-haters are nothing new. The fluorescent hair dye is new, but their attitudes and their beliefs, nothing new. Feminism has always been a toxic movement. And I hate to say, I have to say it, is that we really need to reinvestigate the idea of universal suffrage too. Uh, let's look at the results rather than the wishful thinking. After women got the vote, women have demonstrated as a class. You get sensible women, intelligent women, uh, women with a decent amount of common sense, but as a group, as a demographic, they vote like fools. They conducted surveys of women after all the way back during the Reagan era. They've been conducting surveys of women voted, and say you know over and over again the women didn't talk about what the politician said or what his or her stances were, what their platform was. No, they never talked about that. They talked about how good looking he was, how well groomed he was. You know, just how especially if it was a male candidate. They talked almost unceasingly about basically about how how instinctively he tweaked their ovaries. Did he look strong and rugged and confident? How he looked, how he made them feel deep down in their uterus. And this is not me just saying, this was them. This is what the women were saying. That they picked a candidate based on how he looked and appeared, and how he got their blood flowing. And this is nothing new. This is how they voted. I want you to think about that. Appearance does influence any person's voting, but when it becomes the predominant means of selecting a candidate, then the demographic you're questioning is questionable as a sensible voter. Listen, think about it. Let me put it this way: why do we not let children vote? Why do we not let convict? Do we let I keep hearing ones. Why do we not let children vote? Because we presume that children are not mature or responsible enough to hold the responsibility of making us vote. The right to vote doesn't just affect you. When you vote, you're making decisions that impact the lives of millions of people. Back when this country started out, we did not let children vote. We did not let women vote. We did not let slaves vote. We did not let men who did not own land vote. And the general universal reason was because those classes of people were regarded as not being responsible. We can argue back and forth about whether each class of person should have had that, was or was not responsible, did or did not have the maturity to make a responsible decision. But it doesn't change the fact that the privilege of voting should only be extended to those who have the maturity, wisdom, and responsibility. who that have the responsible natures to handle it properly. And now we've got people out there. The Democrat Party, there were news articles in the last election. Democrat Party going out with boxes of cigarettes to load, to tempt homeless people on the bus so they could bus them in to vote. They're out there getting drunks and junkies off the street to vote. That's how little they respect the institution of democracy. So, take anything they have to say about the right to vote with a big old heaping teaspoonful of salt. They don't care about your right to vote. All they care about is getting enough of you to vote for them so that they can win. We need to reinvestigate. Our society needs to reinvest. There's a lot of things that need to be reinvestigated. We need to reinvestigate how we choose our leaders. We could go into great detail about the problems with our current election system. And the problems run a lot deeper on a mathematical level. Our election system is mathematically flawed. We need to reinvestigate that. We need to look into, but more importantly, we need to reinvestigate how we decide somebody is worthy to vote. To whom do we extend suffrage? That's never going to happen. We live in a time where politicians are actively passing laws to let people who are not even citizens of this country vote. And there are people out there who are saying with completely straight faces that people who aren't even Americans should have a say in American elections. And nobody's just dope slapping them and kicking them out of the room. They're being taken seriously as if they have something to say. So, making a more responsible and representative voting system is completely out of the question. They don't want a responsible electoral system. They want one that they can game. And there were certain things that our founding fathers overlooked because they didn't think anybody would ever be that insane. When they wrote the Second Amendment, they were basically saying, we need our populace to be well armed and prepared. So, this is the reason that we are advocating the right to bear arms. That was that was a paraphrase of the Second Amendment. A well well regimented. What skipping a groove here? Brain skipping a groove again. The militia they spoke of, they weren't talking about state organized, government organized little divisions of the military. What was a well regimented militia being necessary to freedom, security of a free state? Um, yeah, at least 25. If you join the military, you've demonstrated a level of responsibility to the nation that should automatically give you uh, a place at the ballot box. But beyond that, personally, I think that the draft should be if we ever have a draft, We shouldn't be sending 18-year-olds out. I mean, good God, the average American citizen goes, nearly has a heart attack when their 18-year-old son asks to borrow the car keys. But we ask him to drive a tank, and we're perfectly fine with it. Cognitive dissonance there. Now, when the Constitution says, but backing up, when the Constitution says a well-regulated militia, well-regulated meant in that day and age that well-regulated meant well-supplied, equipped. It did not mean ruled or controlled by regulations. Well-regulated meant that the rank and file were armed, and armed with the best that was available. And a militia, in fact, you can read one of the Federalist Papers. It explicitly says that the militia referred to all the populace, save for a few elected officials. Basically, it's that everybody of age was a part of the militia. Militia is you. And in fact, if you were a part of the government, that was the only thing that excluded you from that category. These people had just fought a war with a government that tried to confiscate their arms. Okay? They were not, and in fact, they were determined not to make the same sort of mistakes that their government had, that their old government had. Their entire objective was to make an entirely different system of by and for the people that secured the security, freedom, and prosperity of the nation. And it was, they were not about to say we should only let the government handle all the guns. No, they weren't stupid. We haven't got people in this country, the majority of people in this country don't have enough historical knowledge to even be aware of that. They're not going to be aware of it. The public school system has accomplished its goal. People so dim-witted, the most they can contribute to their country is a Twitter hashtag. An entire nation of no information voters. Calling them low information voters implies that they have any information at all that isn't crap. They don't have information. They have bumper sticker slogans. Yeah. Well, for starters, I think that the voting age should be at least 25. Why? Largely because of college. Our entire culture is revolved around getting the majority. We've seen what college kids are like. These people, you got kids you got people who are going to college that effectively haven't graduated from a daycare center. So, no, they're not adults yet. Uh, as others have put it, college used to be a rite of passage into adulthood, and only for those who were actually meant for higher education. It was college was for people who had the tenacity and the capacity for higher education. At one time, maybe 10% of the population went on to college. Of course, that was because part of that was because high school actually left you with an education that qualified you as an adult to hold a job, vote, and just to be a citizen in the United States in general. But now everybody and their nephew goes to college, and comes out as comes out with a sheepskin that they can't even get a job tending bar with. So they go in, they come out, and they're still children. 25 is about the age where they've been out of college for a couple of years and have had to hold a job, pay taxes, the whole 9 yards. That's the reality on the ground as it is. Uh, Also, as is pointed out, that the human brain doesn't, as one of our commenters here has pointed out, the human brain doesn't stop developing until around the age of 25. But we've got people as young as 18 voting. People we wouldn't trust to drive our own cars down to the malt shop. Democrats push for universal suffrage because they figure that's the easiest way to get as many stupid people voting as possible. Let's say it. That's their purpose. They're not pushing to expand the vote to protect your rights. They're doing it because they figure that means they can get more stupid people voting. And they know that stupid people vote Democrat. The Republicans aren't much farther off, but for the Democrats, it's a platform policy. They want everybody voting. Uh, Democrats are remarkably inclusive. They want as much of the population participating in things that they shouldn't be participating in. They want children as young as 7 or 8 years old learning about sex. They want kids learning about sex in kindergarten. They want people who can't even who, kids who haven't even gotten over their last case of acne voting. They want you know they want people who can't be relied on to pay back a loan to be getting they're always about include they that's what gives them a strategic advantage politically, because they look inclusive, but what they're doing is including people in the process, in the system, that are not competent to handle the system. And like I say, they want to teach children about sex. They want hormonal adolescents voting. They want uh, economically irresponsible people holding loans from banks. And they want people who are unsuited for higher education, as many as possible, going to college. They want people, it's just on and on those. Uh, the only reason that a Democrat wants to include anybody in anything is because they think that they figure that these people will utterly bugger it up. They want homeless people and illegal immigrants voting because they know what it'll do to the electoral system. That's their goal. Give a Democrat any sort of system, their objective, a liberal, Democrat, progressive, whatever you want to call it, their objective is to include as many people into the system that they can find until it breaks. And the less competent those people are to handle the responsibilities of the system, the happier it makes them. Inclusiveness is not necessarily a virtue. How are my legs? They hurt. They're swollen and they ache, just like always. Okay, let's see here. Trying to open something. I can't remember what. Here we go. Pardon. There we go. Looking this over. Okay, I think spent this morning coloring that file. Save. It's not just voting though. Changing the voting laws wouldn't really fix all the problems in our system. It wouldn't. First of all, we've talked about this before. It's not just a matter of ideology or beliefs or values or things. Uh, the problem with our voting system is mathematical. Now there are videos on YouTube that can I've leaked them before that illustrate the problem. They use the author of it uses a metaphor of the animal kingdom to illustrate the problem with what we call first past the post election systems. Winner take all. One majority voter wins. The one with the most votes wins. The problem is, first of all, whoever gets elected generally represents only a minority of the populace. You have 5 candidates, and candidate number 3 gets the most votes. At the end of the day, he only has 30%. He was elected by 30% of the voters. That means 70% of the voters in the country wanted anybody other than him. Secondly, a first past the post voting system always, by nature, by math, devolves into a two-party system. And worst of all is that it locks in the spoiler effect, where if a third candidate comes in, tries to come in because they believe, well, like our current system, we have two parties, and they're getting closer and closer together in practices, and we keep trying to introduce a third candidate, but all the third candidate does is guarantee that the party most like the third party gets the vote divided. And so the candidate that people wanted the least gets elected. This isn't third party candidates are a disaster. This isn't about, you know, vote third party if you really value your. The only way to, no. You can't beat. This is something liberals can't understand. You would think you could get it through to actual sensible people. You can't beat math. By virtue signaling. You vote for a third party candidate, you're effectively just, making a virtue signal that nobody's paying attention to, and that is not going to change the outcome of that election or any other. When you have a first past the post system that is broken down, that is already broken down to a two party uh, system, both parties laugh at third party candidates and laugh even louder at the people that vote for them. In fact, it has become a standard strategy that if you belong to one of either of the parties, you will seriously. Republican, people on the Republican side of the aisle have been known to donate to candidates on the Democrat side of the aisle. And the Democrats, people on the Democratic side of the aisle have donated to third party candidates on the Republican side of the aisle. That's the reason you hear about. That's the reason that you hear about. Oh, Donald Trump, he was such a hypocrite. He donated money to Democratic candidates. He did it to divide the vote. I mean, this was something that even sitcoms figured out. Remember Little House on the Prairie? They had an episode where the teacher, decided to have the class do an election. They were going to hire, they were going to elect a class president and a treasurer and everything. And she decided that since women in Utah had the vote already, that girls could run for, girls could vote and girls could run to be class president. And right off the start, they had one boy candidate and one girl candidate, and one little stinker in the back said, "I nominate Laura." And all the other boys are going, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" And he whispers back, all the girls, they'll divide their votes. That way we'll be sure. Kids figured this out, okay? But you got grown-ups, you got grown men and women who think you need to vote your conscience. Listen, if somebody gives you, you're a rat in a maze here, okay? You're a rat in a maze, and they give you 3 buttons, and one of them gives you a shock. It doesn't make, sitting there, I'm voting my conscience. No. That's how, it's the exact opposite of effective. Okay, you get my point? Now, This is a fundamental flaw in our constitutional system, is that our president, first of all, is elected by first past the post, which means that the system will inevitably, almost instantly, break down to a two-party system that mathematically excludes third-party candidates and guarantees that the president elected will represent the fewest people in the country rather than the most. Now, there are other systems involved. Uh, First past the post voting system, there is also, it's called the run. There are several different names for it. The runner up system. Uh, Basically, when you put in a ballot, you don't just vote for one candidate. They give you a list of candidates, and you select them in your order of choice. My first choice, my second choice, my third choice, my fourth choice. And then they count the votes. They count the first line. You have five candidates. The one with the least votes, he gets dropped, and his votes get divided between the candidates. His vote gets given to the candidate that was in slot number 2 on all those ballots. It's a little complicated to explain in a single sentence. You know what I'm saying? But it amounts to a system that guarantees that your voice is not lost by voting. Rather than trying to vote strategically, you actually do vote your conscience, and voting your conscience does not self-defeat. Do you get what I'm saying? Now, you would have to go back to the writing of the Constitution to get this changed. Now, the parties have been gaming the system for over 200 years. They're not going to give it up. But the problems with we've got some fundamental flaws here. They assumed that nobody would want, these founding fathers. They were better men than us. You know why they were better men than us? Because they assumed automatically that nobody would want to be a congressman for more than 2 to 4 years. So they didn't put in term limits. They had a vision that people would go in, they would serve for a couple of years and then return to their constituencies. It never occurred to them. It literally never occurred to them that people would covet that power. Now we know better. It never occurred to them that a legislative body would succumb to the "all you have is a hammer" principle. When all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. They're legislators, congressmen, House of Representatives, senators. They write laws. That's all they do, and it never occurred to the founding fathers that these people were going to keep writing and writing. That's the only thing they can do, so that's all they're going to do, and they're going to do it as much as possible. They write laws and 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 write laws until we're all choking to death on them. 200 years of legislation stacked hip deep. They never foresaw that. They never realized, they had to have known that a nation has uh, you know an ever increasing burden of laws becomes utterly unjust. Because if you put enough laws in the books, you can those in power can interpret them any way that they find favorable. You realize that you're a criminal. The current estimate is that you commit 4 felonies a day. The average American citizen commits 4 felonies a day just going about their day-to-day business. If the government wanted to, it could literally come in and arrest anybody and throw them in jail and convict them. According, and in accordance with the law. All it would take is a matter of time. It would consist of them investigating over and over and over and over and over and over and over again until they found something that to convict you on. That's how they got Martha Stewart, in fact. Somebody had it in for her. And so they kept probing. Basically, they kept interrogating her over and over and over and over and over again until they caught her out, quote unquote, in a mistake. And then they threw her in prison. Because somebody in the IRS didn't like her. It never occurred to our founding fathers that laws, you know, they figured that our elected leaders would be sensible enough to revoke laws that no longer made sense. It never occurred to them that they would just keep making more and more. I think they would, like I've said before, the founding fathers, if they saw our nation the way it was, they would already be opening fire. They would already be charging up the steps of the Capitol building, muskets in hand. And they'd probably be kicking themselves in the ass the whole way up. There's no such thing as a perfect government. And there's no such thing as a perfect candidate. Jesus Christ is not running for president. So until he returns, we're going to have to vote for fallible human beings. Yeah, but if you take something away from this, realize this: everybody talks about, Trump used to financially support Hillary. Yeah, he did. He used to give, you know, he used to donate to Hillary Clinton's campaigns because he was a businessman. He was gaming the system. Listen, whenever you hear about corporations, special interests financing candidates, replace the word financing with protection money. Because we've seen what happens to corporations that don't uh, uh, break off a role for their local candidates. They get audited. Okay, I'll be right back. Woo! Enjoy the videos while I'm toddling off. I'll be right back. And I have returned. Voices. Give me a second here. Throat's yeah, that's a little better. Uh, what was I thinking about? What I was saying earlier. When people start talking about corporations, oh, the corporations own the politicians. No, 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 no. The politicians own the corporations. You understand? Corporations, all that special interest group money that's protection money. They are paying protection money to the government. Our country, America, has the highest corporate tax rate in the industrialized world. And they engaged in a campaign for years convincing people that the private sector is the enemy. Politicians love it that the American people hate corporations and want the corporations to get the screws stuck to them. Because they're the ones doing the screwing. You know, the politicians come out, the corporations are evil, corporations are evil, corporations are evil, until the people start going out, bah, the corporations are evil. And the people come back to the government and say, these corporations are evil, stick the screws to them. And the politicians strap on their condoms and pop their Viagra and say, "You got it." Look, you don't think that's the case? Look at what happened to Bill Gates back in the '90s. Bill Gates, up until the '90s, Bill Gates and Microsoft never donated to politicians, or donated very little. You know, I'm sure they had little bits and pieces there, but they didn't do that whole special interest thing, and they got audited. Bill Clinton's administration spent more money on trying to stick the screws to Bill Gates than they spent on trying to track down Osama bin Laden. And yes, even back then they had a reason to track down Osama. In case you forgot, there were two attacks against the Twin Towers. Back in the day, it was a truck bomb. Some guy drove a truck bomb down into the underground garage underneath the Twin Towers. If that bomb had been a little bit more powerful, the Twin Towers would have fallen long before 2001. But anyway, they went after him. And ever since then, Bill Gates and Microsoft have donated to both political parties. So when you hear about corporations giving money to candidates, that's the reason. They're paying protection money. When you hear about candidates, so they talk about, oh, Donald Trump used to donate campaign money to Hillary Clinton. What a hypocrite! No, he was gaming the system. Odds were he was gaming the system. He was donating to the candidate on the side of the aisle he wanted the vote divided. Uh, Hillary, for a long time, was a third party candidate, basically. And she's been that way ever since she got out of the White House. And she's no longer first lady, and she's been a spoiler in the system. for the Democrats ever since. But even at the ideal, like I said, our electoral system does not the president does not represent the majority of the people in this country. Not even the majority of the voters. The system is innately broken. Everybody's talking. You got these diehards and who are going. You got Christian people who are saying, if you vote, basically saying if you vote for Trump, you're voting for Satan. Let's see. In a choice between Satan and Satan's mother-in-law, let's just say I'm hoping Trump wins. I'll admit this. I'll admit this. I mean, when I heard about Trump running for, I don't want Trump as president. But Trump Trump displays a characteristic that every other qualified candidate, every other candidate I would have voted for, does not. Balls. Conviction sells. Take that to the bank. Conviction sells. Every other candidate was too busy trying to be polite and soft pedaling their stance on many issues, or trying to be verbose about it. Trump was blunt. Trump was straight to the point. Trump didn't apologize. Trump did not apologize. Trump never apologizes for thinking that he is right. Every other candidate we've had, they're mealy mouthed by comparison. I've complained about this before. I've had so many candidates over the years. I'm like, oh yeah, this candidate, he's good. He's rock rib conservative, great values, excellent background, no skeletons in the closet, excellent guy, and they quit even before the primaries are done. I'm like, you jerk, you bunghole, you gutless wonder. I read an article today that somebody was, basically some conservative writer saying, well, Trump isn't nuanced enough to handle our international relationships. And his reasoning is that Trump came out. Trump has basically been. He points out that Trump blames Mexico for our problems with illegal immigrants. And and this columnist was going on. Now this isn't correct. This isn't fair. Well, wait a minute. Why isn't it? I'm sorry, but I have a memory. I remember that the Mexican president, the Mexican government, has been printing out leaflets telling Mexicans how to get across our southern border. I'm not lying. They're government leaflets by the Mexican government, telling this is this is how you can survive crossing the desert into Texas. Look, what most people don't realize is the millions. We have tens of millions of illegal immigrants in this country, most of them Mexicans. and a great number of them are sending money home. Now you take 10 million people. Let's assume that only 10% of the people are sending money home. Let's say they send maybe $100 a month. You got 1 million people sending 100 tax-free dollars back home to Mexico. 100 million bucks every month pumped into the Mexican economy. 100 million tax-free, illegally earned dollars, and I guarantee you the amount is a lot higher. Damn right the Mexican government is trying to help illegal immigrants cross our southern border. The Mexican government is not only not cooperating, they are actively encouraging illegal immigration into our country. To say nothing of the fact, of their limp-wristed approach with drug cartels in their country. The drug cartels are basically a second branch of their government. And they are invading our country on a regular basis. I'm sorry, you do not have the population of a small city cross your northern border every day without the government being complicit in it. So yeah, Trump is saying what nobody else wants to say. Everybody's busy trying to be polite to the Mexican president. Nobody wants to nobody wants to spill the tea out of their teacup. We're just too nice to be. We're just too civilized to say this openly. Meanwhile, we got Paco Taco pouring over the south border. Oh, was that racist? You got an entire civilization dumping their unwanteds into our backyard, and everybody's fine with that. I say Frito Bandito, and suddenly it's apocalypse now. Hey, look, I got no problem with people coming into our country. I say you want to come in, fine, let them in. But if they want to come in, they better come in through the front door. I don't care what scale you're talking. Anybody who sneaks in over your back fence is not to be trusted. They're illegal. They're criminals. They're lawbreakers. A person who crosses the southern border. I don't care how quiet and peaceful they live or how nice they are or anything else. Look, first of all, a Mexican, a legal immigrant crosses the southern border. He's violating our immigration policies. He gets a job. He's violating our employment laws, our tax laws, and if he stays long enough, he'll eventually be violating our property laws, our election laws, and on and on and on and on and on. There's a list as long as my arm. You cannot be an illegal, you cannot be an quote undocumented immigrant without being a lawbreaker. And when you have tens of millions of people taking from our federal system, not paying any taxes, and shuffling money back across the border to their families tax free. These people are in serious violation against our country. And those are the ones who aren't actively engaged in crime. The number of people coming across our border who are smugglers or worse is no laughing matter either. And the fact that they're finding the border patrols, they have been finding stuff printed in Arabic scattered among the abandoned belongings of the Mexicans, illegal immigrants crossing our southern border. Think about that. God only knows how many of them we've had. Okay, let's see here. I've got a commissions. Let's get this mailed out. Okay, Craig Smith, Eric Sellers. All right. Okay, that's okay. Patriot Post Reader. Yes. Checking this, checking that, checking the others. Okay, one more strip. Let's see here. For that commission. Stew over the possible jokes here. All right. Let's see. Ow, 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 ow. Sorry, a little twinge in my leg. Uh, mm, Ouch, ouch. Yeah, basically, Final Legend. I'd have taken any other Republican candidate over Trump, but I'll take Trump over any Democratic candidate. Oh, heck yeah. One way or another, we are in for interesting times, as the Chinese curse goes. The whole China, you've heard that. May you live in interesting times. The whole thing, by the way, is may you live in interesting times. May you come to the attention of those in power, and may you achieve all your goals. That's what they call what they like to call the Chinese curse. We're always living in interesting times. It's the thing. Uh, I read a fan fiction that was recently. It was about a young woman who gets transported. It's a woman who gets a young woman who gets transported into the world of Lord of the Rings. And let's just say it's not much. It is not as fun for her as you would expect it to be. Most people, everybody who loved the Lords of the Rings, uh, or Lord of the Rings of the Hobbit, uh, we have to be fair. Unless you were one of the main characters, you would end up as a peasant in this is not a high magic setting. So unless you were one of the very important people in that setting, you were a big herder. You were nothing, and you were basically going to be living the life of the craptacular life of a medieval peasant. Yeah. Uh, Living in the world of the Lord of the Rings, the average person transported from our time, it would suck. And the only thing that makes it different for her is that, large, dangerous groups of people. She's fallen into this world due to the manipulations of sinister individuals, and so now she's the target of she's come to the attention of powerful people. Let's put it this way, like Saruman. And basically, it's all about this. She tries to pass herself off as some sort of prophet, because she knows the books and the movies at least, and she try and her she's trying to make sure that the story goes right, and nobody's playing along either. No matter what she does, she can't seem to convince them. Yeah, so yeah, it's a depressingly realistic portrayal of what it would be like for Joe Average to end up in the Lord of the Rings. Yeah, it's like dump all over my fun. I never really wanted to. I never really, as a fanboy, I never really pictured, fantasized about going to the world of the Lord of the Rings, the Shire and all that. Uh, it's great if you're like, a powerful wizard or a warrior or a merchant marine with enough weaponry for platoon. But for Joe Average, nope, 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 nope. Most people don't really is that most of the participants in the fellowship, the fellowship was mostly made up of nobility. Uh, uh, Gimli and Aragorn and all them, they were princes or the sons of you know of regents and you know high-ranking, powerful figures, nobility. The only exception being Frodo, Frodo and the Hobbits, and uh, categorically, Bilbo and Frodo were not, humble peasants. Bilbo was supposed to be a gentleman of leisure. He had, he was a landed gentleman, you know, financially independent, as it were, who had never actually held a job. That's the interesting thing about it. You know, uh, humble peasants do not have gardeners. Okay, most people don't think about that. There are some fantasy realms that you basically go, no, 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 thank you. I'll just stay here. And if you were sensible, uh, realistically speaking, even if I was still in my physical prime, I would not want to go and live in most of the fantasy realms and science fiction future. I mean, ooh, I'd love to be, I'd love to go live in the world of Star Wars. Yeah, that's great if you're a Jedi. But what's it like? You know, what's it like for Joe Average? Getting older is depressing. You reach a level of maturity where you realize that your childhood fantasies, if they were ever, you realize that many of your childhood fantasies were fulfilled, they'd kind of suck. I wouldn't want to live in the Marvel universe. I'll tell you that much. I wouldn't want to live in either the DC or the Marvel universe because even with superpowers, uh, the Marvel world sucks. It's terrible. It really is. Uh, because the entire Earth in Marvel is basically inhabited by people too stupid to live. They have a minority of people who have superpowers from birth. They develop in puberty, but essentially from birth. Incredible gift, the ability, flight, super strength, the power to heal, and among others. And how does the rest of the population treat them? Racism, just horrible, virulent racism. This is what you call suicidally stupid. It's generally a real bad idea to pick on somebody who can bench press a bulldozer. But that's what they do. The governments of the world persecute them. The population in general fears and hates them, and they're stupid enough to make arbitrary decisions. Oh, this guy got bitten by a radioactive spider. He's okay. This guy over here was born with his powers. Let's fear and loathe him. Yeah. Of course, Spider-Man doesn't have it to it either. Some mustachioed pseudo-Nazi newspaper owner has dedicated his entire life to destroying Spider-Man. I'm like, crap. How dare that masked hoodlum go out and rescue people? So great. So basically, Spider-Man, most of his life sucks. He's got these fantastic powers. He tries to he tries to do the rich and famous thing. Try and be a celebrity, make a lot of money. Help out. Because his aunt and uncle have raised and they're poor. Struggling for money all the time. So he tries to be do the rich and famous thing. But because he decides, I'm not a cop, and lets some crook run past him, his uncle gets killed. And then he decides to dedicate his life to fighting crime. And what's his thanks? Some media dirt, some cheapskate media dirtbag dedicates his life, to persecuting him. How would you like to live with never get in a fight with somebody who buys ink by the barrel, as the saying goes. How would you like to live your life with a media mogul with penis envy out to destroy you? And no matter how many times the heroes of Marvel save the world from destruction, they're treated like crap. It's so bad that even the writers who work for Marvel are making comments on. I mean, like Squirrel Girl. One episode, one issue of Squirrel Girl, she's doing, the fourth wall breaking. She's, you know, don't you remember a time when comics were a world you wanted to escape into and not escape from? It really is sad. And DC isn't much better. You know, uh, I mean, Metropolis is okay, I suppose, but Gotham, cripes. I mean, Batman's been banging away trying to fight crime for years. What good does it do? There's a corrupt, and no matter how long he works at it, the city's still corrupt. Uh, and they have the ultimate revolving door criminal system. Every 5 minutes, the Joker and his friends have broken out of prison and are killing people again. I'm sorry. After about the third innocent victim, uh, I think the old old Joker would have taken a flying lesson off of a skyscraper. And at some point, oh God, take a second. I've been having problems with spam callers, whatever you want to call them, telemarketers, spam callers. Remember, like a steel trap rusted shut. Game of Thrones. Yeah, I'm trying to come up with a Triggly Hog strip. Yeah, that's Rimda. I'm sort of stewing over the jokes, trying to come up with something. I mean, getting her face corked with a pacifier is sort of the limit, I think. But really, yeah. We all want a shot at the magic genie. That's there are these things they call them choose your own adventure CYOAs memes. They give you all these options. You find a magic box with 20 gemstones. Pick three, and you're supposed to pick which three. They give you superpowers or such. And I'm like, we all want a shot at the magic genie. Wish we could. I wish we could. We all would love to have the wishing well. We'd all love to uh, catch that leprechaun. Get three wishes. That's half the speculation. Finding the magic medallion. If we had, we always wonder. You know, I know I do. We always wonder that if we had an incredible fortune just fall out of the sky into our laps, what would it change? Would it change things? There used to be a TV show on as it didn't run very long. It didn't run very long at all, but it was fun to watch. The idea was is that these two guys, there's I forget whether it was supposed to be a lottery or a multi-million, billion-dollar inheritance. Apparently, these two guys were employed. There was this one gentleman, his British type gentleman, and I guess it was the guy was supposed to be his bodyguard or something. They were employed by an estate to give away $1 million to different people. Well, each person would get $1 million, or so. I forget how many millions, but it was I think like a million, even number, And the show was all about them finding these different people in different life circumstances and going, we're from, congratulations, you won. Here's your $1 million check, and the show would, see what happened next. It was fictional, mind. It was fictional. They haven't done a reality show like that yet, but it was fun to watch. Sometimes the stories were dramatic. You'd have two or three different people who would get a check each episode, and just little short stories, and it was very interesting. Of course, the final episode that we watched, that I remember being on the air, they turned it into some sort of action adventure thing where somebody tried to kidnap the British gentleman, and and hold him hostage for the millions of dollars, and and the other guy had to rescue him, and action adventure and guns, and it really bombed after that. They'd give these checks to some little old lady, or to some, or I remember the one in particular. I remember is there was this one lady when she was a phone operator. She was an operator for a telephone company, and they came in there. She was working, she was at the switchboard, and and just frantically back up, and she's going out of her mind trying to do her job, and they keep trying to interrupt her and let her know, and she's like, no, 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 I'm busy, and it's and finally, she's at the switchboard operator, and finally the guy picks up the the headset at the other station, and and clicks in hello, and proceeds to inform her over the phone that she's won. She said, "Oh my gosh, where do I meet you?" He said, "Turn around," sitting there holding the check, and she looks at it. She takes the check. She looks around, and she starts just yanking plugs out. Okay, we recommend you buy yourself an answering machine. Lots and lots of lovely answering machines. And the afterword at the end is, it says she went on, she bought herself a mansion, a beautiful sports car, and 15 answering machines. And they had another one. There was one. It was a woman, single mom. She got the check, and it was all about how she coped with suddenly being wealthy, and there was one time where they were trying to find this one guy, and give him the check, and it turned out that uh, he had gone bankrupt, and he was massively in debt, and the guy had run off, and he was going to commit suicide. He was up on the girders of a construction site, and he was going to jump, and the guy with the and the guy with the check went up there to convince him to not to jump, and just stories like that. Uh, but in real life, it's proven very disappointing. Uh, just a moment. I don't know if you've ever seen the show Extreme Home Makeovers. The basic theme is that the team the team would find some family that had some sort of problem, desperately struggling with whatever, and they'd go in and they'd renovate these people's house. And sometimes it was very nice. They sometimes they do wonderful things. They found one family. The little girl had a disease that a genetic disease that she could not be in direct sunlight. She could not be in direct sunlight at all. They remodeled the whole house. They turned the backyard and put in a big huge pool, with awnings over it to shield off the sun, and they redecorated the indoors. They redecorated her bedroom so that it looked like the open sky, and it just did little things like that to make it, the whole place, more, happier and more comfortable for her. And but most times they found out that they went back a couple of years after the show, after the show's first year, and they found out that most of the people that they had done these extreme home makeovers, it had caused some serious problems, because they had renovated these houses, and their property taxes went through the roof. They couldn't afford to keep the house. Their taxes went through the roof. The expense of maintenance and upkeep went through the roof, and so many of the people had to end up selling the homes, which was is really kind of a downer discovery. We would be profoundly disappointed if we had if they did a reality show like that, give people $1 billion and then come back a year later. We'd all be tremendous. It would be largely a tremendous disappointment. I suppose on some level we expect people. Uh, uh, we expect a happily ever after. That we expect a happily ever after. We expect this one big solution to fix all their problems forever. We raised $10,000 for the orphanage, and then we come back a year later and the orphanage is still struggling. That's a real downer. We don't realize is that you get up every morning, even after you've saved the orphanage from being foreclosed, the orphanage still has bills and it still has sick kids that get sick, and and it still has to and it has you know things break down and need fixed, and and problems, and we forget that life goes on. And I suppose we're not very forgiving. We're not very forgiving when people fail to live up to our expectations. We expect them to have for them to take this we expect them to take this miraculous break, this lucky break, and turn their whole lives around, and happily ever after, and we forget that life goes on. We fail to appreciate that and it spoils it spoils the whole thing for us, because we're not willing to allow them to go on with their lives. We want to we want to freeze frame things right there at the end, where they're cheering and leaping in the air with the check. We saved the day, No, and we forget that saving that day, that one time, made all that came after, even all the troubles that came after, possible. You we forget that the objective is to give them another. That the point is to give them another tomorrow, and we forget that we forget that we're going to need each other after this is after everything is all done. You we need to learn as a people. Happily ever after. It has its ups and downs. The happily ever after has its ups and downs, but it's still a happily ever after on the whole. If for no other reason that the story we saw made all the ever after possible. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I'm really explaining myself clearly there, but there you have it. Okay, yeah, you got a strip commission from Lord Firebeard. Okay, Gmail. Selling 101 seems to have trouble accepting the fact that he is persona non grata on my sites. I don't want him speaking. I don't want him commenting. I'll delete anything he posts. Okay, here we go. 22nd of May. Okay. Bum 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 bum. Why did you send me a picture of your neck? Seriously, that's what we got here. Is oh, picture of your necklace. It's like, marvelous Adam's apple, there, young man. Uh, okay, okay, okay. Okay. Let's see. My brain just jumped off off the bus and ran off in its own direction, huh? Me no can think no more. I'm sitting here trying to think of something and I can't think. It's just stopped cold. Okay, Kramer, I got your email stuff. I've filed it away. Got it filed up and saved up and I can't think. Me and brain no work. Yeah, I've still got to do is, I still got to follow up on Tuck and Thelma getting a new home. I'm thinking what I'm thinking is that Tuck is basically going to do to his trailer what I wish I could do. Now I've talked about this before. I've talked about this before, pointing out. Well, I live in a mobile home. It was built in 1971. It's as old as I am. It's in the same physical condition too. top wearing away, bottom falling out, sagging here and there, plumbing doesn't work right, gas problems, the whole 9 yards. Uh, uh, and I pointed out, mobile homes are terribly designed. A home could be designed, a building can be, even a mobile home could be designed inexpensively, but for relatively little more money, they could be much more energy efficient, much more comfortable, and much more easier to maintain. Okay, uh, for instance, first of all, what they're built out of. They're built out of plywood and fiberboard and 2x4s, and it's terrible. Let me point it out. I am having to sit here in a little plastic tent set up around my air conditioner because my air conditioners cannot keep up with the heat. I am not lying. My air conditioners cannot keep up with the heat. Once the temperature gets over 80 degrees, forget it. Uh, this is basically, it's a big tin box. It's a roasting oven. I could cook chicken in my living room when the temperature gets high enough outside. It is broiling in the winter. It is broiling in the summer. It is freezing in the winter. Uh, this this building, basically, this trailer, and this is typical of a mobile home. You have to have power constantly. This is why my electric bills are so high, because it takes a ton of electricity just to keep the place comfortable. And I'm not talking, climate controlled comfortable. I'm talking, uh, you know, livable. These kind of temperatures, if I wasn't constantly running around setting up fans and opening those, and running conditioners and sitting next to it, the temperatures in this thing could kill somebody, especially an elderly person. Uh, terrible insulation, uh, the flooring. This place would be condemned under any other circumstances. Let's be honest. Uh, the plumbing. If I had plumbing problem, stupidest thing in the world, plumbing running under the house, uh, where you have to get out, go under, crawl underneath to get at it. And the wiring is inaccessible, the plumbing is inaccessible, uh, the gas lines, same problem. Uh, just it's the tar roof soaks up heat like nobody's business during the summer. Uh, and it is badly made. It's made of flimsy materials, and moving the so-called mobile home is a money-sucking ordeal that no private individual can do unless they happen to own an 18-wheeler. It's a disaster and a joke. And the people that build these things, they ought to be sued, class action suit style, because they're such crap. And I could think of a dozen different things that I would do that would make this kind of thing, the mobile homes, uh, better without increasing the cost. I don't know. Uh, maybe increase the price by 50% at most. Of course, I'm ballparking it. I'm really ballparking it. I don't know enough to know for sure. But even if it was double the price, it would improve the quality of the house so much as to make it way worth it. Now, first of all, I wouldn't use wood. I would use one of those cargoes, shipping cargo, those steel boxes. They're about the size of a trailer, and they're built to take a beating. That would be the base. Second, I would put, uh, a gabled roof on. I would have a, I would, this is just, your ceiling is your roof in this thing. Okay, that means the sun strikes it and it heats up the whole thing like a solar powered baking oven. Uh, Put a second roof, put a gap between the roof and the second roof and the first roof. Uh, a peaked roof running the full length of the thing with a gap in between. Put a fan, a built-in fan at either end, so that you can make it basically a large breezeway. When the fans run, it keeps the air flowing. First of all, it keep the sun from shining direct. The roof would keep the sun from shining directly on the top of the trailer, and secondly, the fans would help keep the heat from building up, so that you would keep the place cool. You'd also have a second fan at the bottom for when it's set up, so it would blow air under the house, a second breezeway to help keep it even cooler. I would put skylights in. There are several different kinds of skylights you can find. Basically little rounds. You get square ones or round ones that are basically tubes of reflective material with a glass dome on either end. Uh, Put those in, all the way down the length of the mobile home, so to help cut down on the cost of lighting. This trailer it's a nightmare for keeping lit, because the light sockets are virtually are these terrible little mood lamps kind of things, built up into the corners of the walls, and the whole thing is outfitted in a dark fake wood paneling, right out of the 70s, baby. Uh, there is space age insulation that you can put in. I would have both. I would have the electric lines and the water lines run the full length of the trailer inside the trailer, not outside. You know, one of the main problems trailers around here have, mobile homes have, is that when the temperature drops, the pipes just freeze solid. You'll remember it wasn't too long ago. Daniel Meyer, generous man, he donated a bunch of PEX pipes so that I could refit it. My brother-in-law and family came out here and they helped me. Well, I basically did the work, and they replaced my copper lines with PEX pipe, and the PEX pipes are inside the house. They're running right across my kitchen floor, because I wasn't about to have those dang things running underneath the house where they were going to freeze again. PEX pipes or no. And I would have the electrical lines running along I would have the water lines running across along the floorboards, and the electrical lines running along the ceiling at the corner, down the full length of the house, with regularly spaced outlets. The bathroom would have a walk-in shower with a sit-down bench on it. Most of the people that own mobile homes are are elderly, have physical handicaps of some sort or both. A great number of these people, and my trailer I have a full bath. What do I need a full bath for? And the thing of it is that because of my condition, I had to build steps out of cement blocks so that I could get up into the shower. And the damn thing it's so high that it's still it's a strain and an ordeal to climb in and back out. And no, a little walk-in shower stall. That's flat to the floor. The bathroom. Now the Japanese, they know how to do it. Their whole bathroom is one whole floor. What it is that the drain, they have drains in the showers and in the floor of the bathroom, in the middle of the floor, and the whole thing is tiled. So if water slobs, the whole bathroom, you could stand in the middle of the bathroom and just spray water everywhere, and no problem. My father's, I don't know what's wrong with my dad. His idea, he grew up in a house where they had carpeting in the bathroom and the kitchen. And mom and my sister and I are standing there, just one of us, all of us trying to get the courage. Dad, water, food spills, stains. Are we getting through here? but we couldn't say, I want this carpeting in the bathroom, and we lived in a little house, and apparently my mother, they've got a new house, where they're living now. Apparently, my mom managed to talk him out of putting down carpeting in the bathroom and kitchen in the new house. But oh my! But I would have solar water heaters panels in the roof. Those don't have to be very expensive. All it is basically a flat glass box, glass on one side, black paint on the other, with black water tubing looping through it. You use it. The idea is that you use it as a preheater for your water heater. Run the water, the main line up through these panels. Let the sun preheat the water before it even reaches your water heater. Uh, that way, it saves a bundle on your water heating bill. On the electricity or the gas to heat to heat your water. I would also, if you're gonna have gas lines, and really, I would another thing I would add is that I would make this mandatory for just a standard feature. The gas lines, you would also have a gas powered generator, a propane powered electric generator built into the house. Why? Because electric grids go down. Gas lines, on the other hand, it takes a little bit more for them to be cut off. You got your electric power go out. You can turn on the propane generator and run your house off of that. In fact, depending on the cost of the gas, it would probably be cheaper to run your house's electric grid off the propane gas. I would also have the mobile home. It would have built-in legs. Now, most mobile homes, they do is they put cinder blocks under the axles. Stack up cinder blocks under the axles, remove the wheels. That's what my house is sitting on. I don't feel that doesn't make me too happy, because to my way of thinking, the legs should be solid. They should be a part of the structure. So I'm looking at like trailers on an 18 wheeler. You know those drop down legs they have in the front. You know they pull the leverage, chunk, 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 so that they can pull the hauler out and lead the trailer. I think that a mobile home should have something like a drop down legs, clunk, chunk, lock in place. So that you don't have to jerk around with cinder blocks. Stair steps should be built. I had to, my parent, my mobile home. Uh, you know, think about it. My mobile home is 4 feet off the ground because of the way mobile homes are built, and that means that you need steps in front of the front door and the back door to get in and out. But guess what? The mobile home does not come with steps of any kind. Not even you just metal wire emergency, those steel frame emergency fire escape type steps. Not even that. You have to go out and you have to buy and build wooden steps or concrete steps up to your front door on your mobile home. Those should built in. Those should be built in. They should have fire escape steps like that drop down and lock in place so that you can get in and out. And likewise, they should have a mobile home should have the skirting around the sides should be built in. You see, you park one of these mobile homes, you got to go out and buy this huge stack of cheap, crappy plastic skirting that you have to install. And it's a big mess to install and build and put in place, and it's flimsy and it's crappy. And if there's a windstorm, it rips right out. My trailer looks like trailer trash died inside. Because the skirting is such a mess. Why? Because it's cheap, flimsy, and it tears right out. They should have big panels that fold down and drop down to lock in place to get the skirting. It should be built into the trailer. It shouldn't be something you have to buy extra. The windows. Uh, that's what gets me is that they make these houses. They don't put in any. They don't have any skylights. The interior lighting is small and dim, and then they put in these huge pane windows, and there goes your electric bill again, because that's where all the heat escapes during the winter and all the cool escapes during the summer. So those need to be replaced with something a little smaller, a little more reasonable, and better insulated. Heck, as far as those steps go, anyway, add a ramp. Again, you got a lot of people who live in mobile homes handicapped, and the stairs are going to be an ordeal for them, and they have to go out and they have to build a ramp anyway, just to get in and out of their own home. Like you lazy bastards, add it. Add it at the factory. The electrical power in the house should be fully up to standard. It should have like I said, a propane generator for emergencies, and it should have I would add battery backup too. Something like some real large car batteries to run thing when all else fails. They keep topped off from the regular power, and if the power goes out, you got battery backup. In the modern times where electricity and pretty much half our civilization, most of our civilization runs off the electronics we carry around. So we need to start accommodating that in our home designs. This ain't the Roaring Twenties where you can just run some wires up the wall and put a little light bulb in and be done. Even if all these changes I'm recommending doubled the cost of the trailer, the improvements to the quality would make it worth the price. There are people out there, they make these little, tiny houses. You've ever seen those? Let me see if I find an image of that. Tiny houses. Tumbleweed Tiny House Company. Let's go with that. Look at these. These are inky dinky little bitty houses. Let's look at their Linden house. These are smaller than a trailer. This thing is 20 feet long. Square feet, 131 square feet. It's $61,000. Let me zoom in here so you can see it. Let me zoom in a little. This thing is about the size most people would have for a tool shed. But this is a big new craze. Is these little tiny houses. Look at this. It's small enough to be towed by a regular car or truck. $61,000. People are ready to go for it. Look at it. Little kitchen. Look at it. And a bed up in the eaves. That's on the second floor, up in the eaves there. Look at that. Has anything ever screamed Bobo Yuppie quite like this? You see, it's right up. That's good if you're in great physical shape, so you can climb up those stairs. But yeah, there you go. Look at that. It's an inky dinky little cottage cabin. I love how everything is bare wood surface. That'll last. Now, if houses like that can sell, you can't convince me that they can't take a mobile home, build it out of better materials, and sell. Here, let's look at their best house, which is the Cypress. Dun dun dun. Look at that. Let's see. The Cypress is they have a 26-foot length one that is 191 square feet for $70,000. Look at that. Bare wood again. That's fine if you ain't a big boy like me. The average would be squeezing sideways through all the little spaces. No, wouldn't work for me. I'm getting claustrophobia just looking at it. But you get the idea. Not water pipes in the ceiling. Water pipes are running along the floorboard. I'd run the electrical wires along the ceiling. And why would water pipes in the ceiling be against code? I mean, that's where they put fire extinguishers. That's where they put fire extinguisher systems. I would, I'm not dumb enough to put the electronic, the electrical wires on the floor and the pipes, water pipes, in the ceiling. I'm like, no. I don't want to be instantly electrocuted if I have a leak. You know, I'd run the water pipes along the floorboards. Along the edge of the wall. Right along the side of the wall, right down. At the corner of the wall. I'd run the electrical wiring on the ceiling along the edge with drop down points where there'd be outlets. Mobile homes weren't meant to be long-lasting housing. This, no, mobile homes weren't meant to last 40 to 50 years. That's how old my trailer is. It is exactly as old as I am, 45 years. 45 years old. And the wear and tear is definitely showing on both of us. Especially when you got a bachelor slob living there. But you get my point. Sort of stuck for ideas. Let's see here. Um, hmm. I think I figured out the reason that gamer nerds like Mountain Dew so much. It's not the caffeine, really. I don't think it's really the caffeine. I think it's the fact that it's so syrupy that it coats your throat after you've been screaming a lot. I'm sitting here drinking Mountain Dew and soothing my throat. Whoops. Looks like it jammed. All right. Turn it off. Your mother. Give me some Mountain Dew. I'm getting dried out. I'm told that non-Americans can't stand the taste of our soda. They say it's like drinking candy. we're acclimated to it, I suppose. Of course, that again, that tracks back to the whole corn syrup thing. Back in the 60s, they started doing tariffs on sugar. Price of sugar went through the roof because foreign businesses couldn't compete here, and the prices of sugar went through the roof. And so companies started replacing the sugar in sodas with corn syrup. And corn syrup does not taste as good. You can prove that for yourself. Right now, they've got things like Mountain Dew Throwback and Pepsi Throwback. They use real cane sugar in them, and you can buy them now. And if you get a chance, buy yourself a bottle of regular and Throwback, and compare the taste. But regular corn syrup, corn syrup just isn't as it doesn't taste as good. And so they had to add more corn syrup, than they used to use sugar. And about the time they started, this is when the obesity epidemic took off. You go back and trace it back to the late '60s. The late '60s is when they started pushing the high carb diet. That's when they started pushing vegetable oil instead of animal fats like butter and lard and beef tallow. And it's when they started replacing sugar with corn syrup. They turned this entire nation into a bunch of corn-fed cattle. And any farmer can any farmer can tell you what you have to do to fatten up a pig or fatten up a cow. Just stuff them full of grains, stuff them full of carbs, stuff them full of corn. Think about it. We eat grains. We eat food that's almost entirely grains, carbs and starches. Then we cook it. We eat grains. We cook it in fat extracted from grains, and then we drink, and then we wash it down with sodas flavored with more grains. Corn, corn, and corn. Moo. And this was all largely to pander to the farming interests. They wanted to boost the sale of grains, especially corn, in this country. That's what they did. And here we are in the current age, and they are subsidizing biodiesel and ethanol. In other words, gasoline and diesel fuel made from corn. We eat corn, we drink corn, we cook our food in corn, and we run our vehicles on corn. Corn, 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 corn. Look, a tree. Corn, 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 corn. Corn, 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 corn. What's that smell? Corn, 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 corn. There's that smell again. Corn, corn. Driving through Kansas. Ha. Yeah, Carol corn, Carol pancake syrup. Get some real syrup, dude. Get some maple syrup. Real maple syrup. Moo. We'll invent the milk engine someday. Already did. It's called cow. We've been acclimated and largely deliberately by political interests. Most of the people pushing for the high carb diet, vegetarians. Seriously, many of these health, these concerned scientific health, they're actually vegetarian groups. And most of these so-called health groups are militant vegetarians who want us to stop eating meat and using meat products. And they do that by pushing a vegetarian diet, which is by nature a high carb diet. You see, you can't run on vegetables. You have to get your calories from somewhere. So instead of getting our calories from, our energy from proteins and fats, we have to get it from carbs. We have to replace what we took out. We have to replace the fats with vegetable oil. We have to replace the sugar with corn syrup. We have to replace we have to replace the filler with we have to fill everything with carbs to feel full, and it's catching up with us, or it has caught up with us. This is where the obesity epidemic is coming from. We've been corn fattened, and once you've started, it's so hard to stop. I have tried to cut back and go on carbs. I mean, to be frankly, in our current economic system, a low carb diet is a high income diet. They illustrate it as what you want to see. There's a picture you can get on online. It's a picture of two grocery carts. One holds a package of fillet of fish. A saran wrap package of fresh fish or chicken. I can't remember. Just fresh meat. Sitting in the bottom of the cart. Says price $12.99, and in the cart next to it, is full, almost stopped with sodas and chips and same price at the bottom. Says, gee, I wonder why we don't eat healthy that much. That's the reason that so many of our poor people are fat, because they have a low nutrition, high carb diet by necessity, because it's cheap. It's cheap, it's filling, and yeah, it tastes good, at least once you're used to it. Europeans can't stand the taste of our sodas because like I said, they say it tastes like drinking liquid candy. Switching to a low carb diet is difficult. Even beyond dealing with the cravings, you have several issues. First of all, there's the ease of access. I mean, you can, you want something to eat, you can snap up something to eat anywhere. You want something that is low carb, you gotta go. You gotta hunt for it. And people really don't want to spend all that much time. People in America, we don't really want to spend all that much time fretting over what we're putting in our face. When we're hungry, we're looking for two things: affordable and filling. And we'll sort of ballpark the whole nutritious bit. Yes, we are individually responsible. We are individually responsible for it. I am responsible for my own physical condition. I didn't, nobody sat there and spoon fed me. You know, but at the same time, let's acknowledge that the deck is stacked a little bit against us. we had for starting. We had political interests who were motivated by both. We had groups, organizations who either due to depending upon which group you're talking about, they joined hand in hand with several groups that were interested either in uh, uh, they either had ideological fanaticism. And if you don't think of vegetarian is an, an ideological fanatic, you haven't been paying attention. You had the whole these people that, oh, you're a horrible person. Don't eat anything with a face. Don't eat anything with a face. These Bambi huggers. They organize themselves. They're militant active. They believe it is their right and duty to dictate to the rest of us what we eat. And they joined hand in hand with politicians who were willing to sell out to anybody who'd buy them a vote, and started pushing things. They pushed us to give up whole milk. They pushed us to give up eggs. They pushed us to give up meat and fish and poultry. They pushed us to they conspired to make it to fill our food with corn products, uh, corn starch, corn syrup, corn oil, and like all left, they're shameless. Even though their activism has killed people. It is a diet high in vegetable oils and high in carbs that is the real cause of heart disease. It's not dietary cholesterol, and it's not dietary fat. In fact, the research has proven that over and over again for the past 50 years. But the myth persists. The lipid theory, as a belief system, still persists among many in the medical community. And you go to your doctor, and your doctor is one of the true believers. He'll tell you know he'll tell you, oh, you need to cut the fat out of your diet, or he'll give you a pill that cuts your cholesterol. And both cases, you're dead wrong. So it's not just one or the other. We are responsible. We have gone along with this. We, but at the same time, we've got people who are stacking the deck against us uh, to pander to their own interests, and they are, and when you point out that their ideologies are bad for human health and are in fact killing people, their disinterest in the facts is chilling. lefts never seem to care that if they don't care. Leftists do not care that their airy fairy uh, theories and wishful thinking kills people. They don't care. They don't care that their legislative virtue signaling leads to the suffering and death of innocents. They banned DDT because they were they what it was is that they were angry. Did you know that the movement to ban DDT, there was a whole chain of connections leading back to people who were in the zero population growth movement. All these people, the usual routine. They decided the world was full of too many dirty, stinky human beings, and went around saying that the only hope of the earth was if we stopped having so many babies. And in fact, there was one guy that openly said, the only thing that will save the third world is if we have a massive die off. So they orchestrated one. So one of the things that was causing the huge population boom was DDT. It was wiping out disease-carrying insects, especially mosquitoes that carried malaria. And so more people were living, more babies were living to long enough to grow up and become adults, especially in the third world. And these people were appalled at that. And so they attacked the production of DDT. DDT is probably just about the safest pesticide ever discovered by man. Soldiers in the military used to use it on themselves personally, on their own bodies, as a delousing agent. Uh, they used to spray it in the streets in American cities. You know, with people out in their yards watching as the spraying truck went by. The guy that invented it ate a pinch of it a day for, I think, like a month to prove how safe it was. Another one of them fell into a vat of the stuff by accident. Climate, nobody, no problems. And even though, one of these environmentalist women came out with a book called Silent Spring, where they said that that DDT was poisoning the birdies, and soon there would be no songbirds left. Of course, the real reason the population of songbirds was dropping was because it had nothing to do with the DDT directly. Songbirds eat bugs. And so in areas where they sprayed for bugs, meant there were fewer bugs, which meant there were fewer songbirds in those areas. Because they flew off somewhere else where there were bugs. And they tried to claim that DDT caused cancer. It did not. There was no evidence of it whatsoever. They determined that in court. There was no actual evidence. It was fabricated out of whole cloth. They tried to claim that DDT accumulated in the birdie bodies and made their eggshells thin, and there was no proof of that. In fact, they went and looked back at the research. It turned out that in the case, when the birds were laying thin-shelled eggs that got crushed, what it was is that the scientists were cutting calcium out of the birds' diets. Because apparently the calcium in the birds' diets was interfering with some of their sampling and analysis. So they cut they cut the calcium out of the bird's food. And what are eggshells made of? It was a lie. It was bad science. It was horrible science right from the very beginning. And the judges and the people that looked over this evidence, they came out and said, it's our ruling that there is no proof of any of the claims they're making. And then they went ahead and banned it anyway for political reasons, because of the political pressure. And they banned it, and they leaned on third world countries and told them, you'd better ban this stuff or we'll cut off your foreign aid. So the third world countries banned it. And malaria made a massive back surge, came back whole cloth, and people died by the millions, most of the children. There is a special roasting spit in hell for the people that did this. The author of Silent Spring murdered more people than Hitler and Stalin combined. And her death toll, decades after the fact, is still climbing. What's worse is that they banned DDT, and then they had to replace it with pesticides that are toxic, that are thousands of times more toxic and are also carcinogenic. You could spray DDT openly in the streets. Most of these pesticides they use now, you have to wear a hazmat suit to handle. But we're so much better off without DDT. How many people died from those toxins? There's a little more to add to her death toll. These people run up a butcher's bill that staggers the imagination. This is why I say someday I'm just going to end up sitting up atop a hill, watching and waiting for everything to go up in flames. And I'm just going to be there with a bag of marshmallows and a roasting stick. Remember that scene with Rorschach? He's saying where you're standing up and he's saying that their sins will foam up in the streets, all the blood and the filth and the profanity and vileness will foam up, and they'll reach up and cry out, "Save us!" And I'll look down and say, "No." And I'm like, I understand that way too well. I relate to that way too well for my peace of mind. The worst thing of all, the only thing worse than the ideas of our society collapsing, in a massive cataclysm, is the idea that it won't. That instead it will our civilization will slowly die by inches over another half century or more, just slowly inching its way into the abyss. And all of us will just stumble around blindly, like boiling to death like frogs in a hot pot. That's an urban myth, by the way. The idea, if you put a frog, the idea is if you put a frog in a pot of cold water and slowly heat the water up, the frog will not notice until it's too late, and it dies. That's not true. They've proven that's false. But the imagery, it's a pretty good metaphor for what our society is going through. A cataclysm will leave people, will destroy much, but it will leave people aware of what they've lost. Slowly sliding into the abyss, no one will wake up in time to save anything. And in the end, the civilization is just as dead. Ow, 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 ow. Little twinges. Nothing quite like getting old. Don't get old, it's a trap. Yeah. I'm wanting to hold out a little longer, but I'm still sitting here trying to come up with something for that strip. Let me look at that email. Might as well look at that email. I'm sorry. It's you know you know too much. You realize how it's little tiny things that add up. You know, we're surrounded by people who are laying paving stones in that infamous road as fast as they possibly can. At one time, we could plead ignorance. At one time, we could plead ignorance. They're not aware. They don't understand what they're doing. No, we can't say that anymore. There are people in our society in dominant positions in our society. You look at what our leaders are doing. They cannot possibly be unaware. There is no way on earth they could be in a state of denial that deep. It's one thing when a bunch of empty-headed college kids who, daycare welfare babies, who got, a bunch of test tube babies got into college, don't have a clue beyond the end of their noses. You can understand them believing absolutely idiot things, but 70-year-old politicians working in the middle of Washington D.C. There is no way there is no way they cannot know what it is they're doing or what the consequences are going to be. The old saying is, don't mistake, don't make a mistake distinguishing between malice and stupidity. But after a certain point, there's no way you can plead ignorance. They have to know what it is they're doing. Ow, 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 ow. Ooh, wow, wow, hee hee. Oi, my leg just cramped. You're going to hear a lot of this. In about 5, 10 more years, you're going to hear, it's going to be like Song of the Humpback Whales on this show. You cut that out. Green pieces on the front lawn. Ow, 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 ow. Darn. Oh, Christ. Sailing 101. On. Dozen times a day, this trained monkey is at it. Oh, well, I guess it's an old email. Okay, I got a guy that sent me an email. He's got several scripts, in fact, that's going to make it a little easier. Oh, Charles Kramer. Charles Kramer. Fennec. She hustled you good. Let's see here. Hmm. Hmm. He's only giving me 3 of the 5 strips. Did he order 3, or did he order 3 separate strips, or did he order 5? I don't.
I do not know. It does not say. I I do not know.
Your last commission email sufficient in description, or do you need more info? Let me see here, amiga. Uh, let me.
This is not the vest I was looking for. Looking for this.
Let's see. Oh, you had a Metamore Keep. Uh, yes, this is. Than and Misha. Yes, yeah, that's fairly detailed there. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Let's see. It really has to be the other way around. It has to be rotated. Yep. Give me D. Ouch. Damn it. Get the fret out. Hurting. Feeling old. Very rough sketch there. Gives me a starting point. And somebody else needed let's see, where was it? And 1280 by 960. Okay, 4:3 aspect ratio. Ow, 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 ow. 1280. Oh, well, son of a gun. I have no idea. 1280 by 360 is 4 by 3. .1280 by 960. College campus setting. Hmm. I have no idea what a college campus setting is stereotypically supposed to look like. I've only, hmm. The only thing I can think of that is stereotypical of a college campus is a bell tower. Bell towers for some reason. Go figure. Never thought about that. Every school, every college I've ever heard of, I've seen pictures of a few, and the college I attended for a year they had a bell tower. I hated that thing. It was a carillon, you see. It would play. They would play hymnals over it. The problem was is that due to the acoustics of the area it was in, it always sounded out of tune. I always blamed it on the acoustics, personally, but they would play it anyways, and the notes would burn, 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 burn. It sounded like it was being played with a hangover, and it was so jarring and so grating, and I'm like, you morons! Why did you build this thing? You don't even know how it's they didn't even take that into account how it was going to sound where it was located. still stumped. Getting a little tired of doing talking head strips. I think. Beg your pardon. It's let me think. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, okay. One of the things, Harry Potter fiction, Harry Potter fan fiction. Here's something to ponder for you. Is many of the, a few of the authors I read, they try and uh, write it and imply that wizards and witches in the Harry Potter world, they're not Christians. They practice Wicca. Yeah, nothing like letting pop culture fall into the hands of whoopee witches. But anyway, I was like, here's a different twist on it for you. Here's a different idea for you. They go, well, how, what if the wizards and witches in Harry Potter regarded Wicca the way we do a cargo cult? Yeah, I know. I used a similar idea in the Tales of the Questor, but it's a very flexible concept. Basically, that the reason that witches and wizards do let's here's a hypothetical that witches and wizards, the reason they're showed celebrating Christian holidays in Harry Potter. They celebrate Christmas. Halloween is technically All Saints Day the next day, so on and so forth. But they're not shown practicing pagan, neo-pagan, or Wiccan beliefs. And here's a supposition. What if they view it the way what if in the Harry Potter world, Wicca is basically a cargo cult that primitive Muggles, saw the witches and wizards performing magic and built up a religious cult around it. They're waving sticks and performing incantations and making things happen. So we'll imitate them. It's just an idea to bounce off people. Listen, let's be clear. Wicca is not an ancient religion, okay? It's not. It was something that was cobbled together out of spit and baling wire by a bunch of people about 100 years ago, if that. It's custom made new age whoopsie doodle nonsense. It's you know it's buffet religion. Is where a bunch of people went down through and searched out a bunch of old pagan religions and heathen gods and deities and demons and they just, oh, I like this, I like this, I like, oh, I don't like that, I don't like that, I'll take this here and this, oh, not this though, you know, oh, I don't like broccoli, I don't like, I'll put this one back, pick and choose salad. They treat a bunch of people that treated religion like a salad bar, and same old story. Anything but that dead Jew on a stick. Anything at all but that. And what's hysterical is that they're absolutely convinced that they're absolutely right about absolutely everything that they've come up with. Even though it can be historically tracked to the fact that they made it up, pretty much made it up out of whole cloth and after dinner scraps. There's an irony for you. Well, in Harry Potter, the engravings on the tombstones at where Harry's parents are buried. The last enemy which shall be defeated is death. That's a Bible quote. Flutter Brother, Flutter Brother, and Spice Up Your Life. Okay, I still hate that stupid table, but Spice Up Your Life was an excellent episode, a very good one. Uh, one of the things plaguing the arts is undeserved elitism. You got people who have no taste whatsoever, in every sense of the word, proclaim to the rest of us what we are supposed to like or not like. Spice up your life. It was good, and I'm watching that episode, and I'm like, I can't watch episodes like that because I'm like, now I want some Indian food. I'm sitting there, a curry would be good, right? I haven't had curry since I was in college. That sounds good. I take personal, it was the, Spice Up Your Life was basically the same plot as Ratatouille. People having their tastes dictated to them by people who didn't even like food. Trying to think, and nothing's happening. Flutter Brother, it's interesting. I'm not the only one that noticed this. Now, you remember in the Great Alicorn Hunt where we met Fluttershy's family in my story. Interesting parallels there. I almost made it. I mean, uh, both her parents were shy and mild. One of them, her mother was in my story, her mother's into gardening. In their story, mother's into gardening. In my story, cloud sculptor. In their episode, cloud sculptor, and then her baby brother shows up and everything goes off the rails. That ain't breezy shy there. Oh yeah, Zesty was worse. See, people, these gourmands. I mean, like, isn't it interesting that both of them, supposedly were food critics, both looked like they were starving to death. I mean, yeah, Zephyr Breeze. I read one comment, nearly spit my bit when I read it. She said, Zephyr Breeze, they should have named him Summer's Eve. I'll give you a minute to figure out that joke. I mean, he even had the top knot hairdo. You know, the perpetual days growth of stubble and the top knot hairdo. Eminently punchable. Oh, I'd love to think that somebody's DHX, is DHX the group that produces the comic books? Because I'm sorry though, the comics, they're cute, but I don't regard them as canon. The comic books, no. I have to just push them aside because way too many of those comics are just Mary Sue characters from and bad continuity and the whole nine yards. Is they don't mesh well with the show. The art's quite cute, quite very adorable. Some of the art styles. It would blow my mind if somebody at the studio at the show studio was a fan of mine. It would absolutely blow my mind. I'd be sitting there like, "Durr," I work on the show and I happen to really like your fan fiction. I'd be sitting there like, barking like a seal. I don't know what to say. Nah. Just like a coincidence. There was only really so many different ways they could go with the story. The most commonly used gag with a character like Fluttershy is that the meek, mild little character has this big, bombastic, Wagnerian parent or parents. And it's really overdone, frankly. It really is really overdone. And so, the only really original joke I could come up with is, surprise, her parents are just like her, and so's her little brother. You know. Now, I saw a fan fiction that I really liked once, uh, where they introduced Rainbow Dash's family, and it fits so well. It fits so well because it turns out because her family comes bombing in to visit her, and I do mean bombing in. It turns out everybody's shocked to discover that Rainbow Dash's family, she's like the middle child of like 7 kids. She's the middle child of 7 kids, a staircase, the stair steps kids kind of thing. And her parents are, pudgy 1970s driving a Winnebago kind of parents. The kind, balding, behind, and behind her, pull my finger kind of people. And it paints a whole new perspective on Rainbow Dash's personality. What it is the reason that she moved all the way to the reason that she moved all the way from Cloudsdale to Ponyville was to get out from under her family because her parents, her siblings were overwhelming, and she disappeared into the background with them. And of course, she had the problem with her parents stereotyped her kids. Oh, this one's the smart one, this one's the artistic one, this one's the, and Rainbow Dash here is, and all the way down to, down the staircase, and this is the cute little one, and Dash had moved all the way out to Ponyville to get out. She was basically Ron Weasley in her family, and it was a very very good fan fiction, and it made a very good and I'm like, that so fits her. It explains, it would, if that was the case, it would explain so much about her because, the reason she's so, so egotistical and blows her own horn so loud is because she grew up being drowned out by a big, huge, boisterous family. With everybody, if you've ever read the Bagthorpe Saga, the Bagthorpe Saga is a series of books set in England about a family called the Bagthorpes. The protagonist is the middle son, Jack. The first book in the series is called Ordinary Jack. And what it is that his whole family is, to put it mildly, eccentric. And every member of his family has, talents that they play up as big and as loud as they possibly can. And Jack is just middle of the road average at pretty much everything. He doesn't have anything in particular he stands out at. And even his father is like that. He's a writer for television. He's he's big and bombastic, and he's well, frankly, arrogant. And picture Mr. Faulty from Faulty Towers, and and he's always pushing his kids, to be as larger than life. And Jack is just the quiet middle kid who doesn't really have anything about him that stands out, at least from his own perspective. But anyway, uh, it makes for an interesting background idea for Rainbow Dash's family. And of course, one of the drawbacks of the episode Flutter Brother, for a fact that they're going, oh look, she's icked out by a boy paying attention to her. She's obviously a lesbian. It's never, people are going to ignore the fact that she's appalled by it because he's a douchebag. It couldn't possibly be the fact that he's a douchebag, could it? Oh no, it's because she's a lesbian. Well, actually, in the book Ordinary Jack, he's not even really a jack of all trades. He's seriously average. And that's one of the things they emphasize throughout the whole book series. I loved the series. I found it at my school library when I was a kid, and I was like, "Oh, here's the next one. Here's the next one. Here's the next one." Oh, people are dumb. People are dumb. They want Rainbow Dash to be a lesbian. Because they want to make her into a spokesperson for their lifestyle worldview. And short of having her, and short of having her get mounted by a stallion right on the TV show, they're going to keep insisting she's a lesbian. And even then, they'll say, "Oh, she's just good cover." She's really a lesbian. And I've pointed this out before. Isn't it interesting how bigoted that is? It's bigoted. It's prejudiced. It's obscenely prejudiced. She's a she's a tomboy. She likes sports and athletics, and she's rough and tumble. She's obviously a lesbian. Yay! Put her on the gay pride poster. You know how misogynist is that? Really? Come on, think about it. If a straight person, if a straight person, a non-gay advocate had said that about Rainbow Dash, she looks like a lesbian. They would have thrown a fit. But because they're saying it, they're trying to build a closet around her. That makes it okay. And I'm sure all the all the little girls out there who are tomboys or who like sports really appreciate uh, them assuming, you're like Rainbow Dash, you're a lesbian. If I was a girl and a tomboy and they tried to pull that off, I would be punching people. Now, let's back up here. Let's say the pickup artists. I hate to point it out, but the MGTOWs, the pickup artists, the ones they call themselves game. They call it game or playing the game. I hate to say it, but cynically, they're right. They're 99% right. about how women, especially modern 21st century Western women, think and behave. What attracts them? Why they're you know why they treat certain men the way they do and treat other men differently. And this is just bystander observation on my part, okay? Because I've seen them do it. I've seen women, I've seen friends do it, I've seen coworkers do it. I've watched women in all walks of life behave precisely the way these pickup artists say they do. Now I'll say this much: the people who advocate, the pickup art and the or quote game, they make a point. It's not inherently good or evil. It's how you use it. Now you can either use game to go around picking up women at every bar every night, or you can use it to romance the woman you have. You know, and the point is, the point I make is that you romance your woman. Even if you've been married 50 years, romance your woman. So give them that. Give them that. And I have to admit, yeah, knowing how women are inclined to behave is not misogynist. It's practicality, observation, common sense. Any other creature on Earth, you take somebody who works with wild creatures, animals. You would not expect a panther behave the same way as a koala. And if you did, you'd end up losing an arm or a leg if you were lucky. And you should not expect a man or a woman, you should not expect a woman to act like a man. And you should not, you should not listen, and in general rules, you do not listen to what people say as much as you pay attention to how they act. Women are modern women are very good at talking a good game about how they're logical and objective, and how that saying all the right politically correct things. But when they're out on the road, when the rubber meets the road, whole different story. Women talk about, oh, I wish I could find a man who loved me for my inner beauty rather than my physical appearance. And then in their profiles they say, no short men. Men are so disgusting. They don't want to date any fat chicks, and then they have no short men in their own profiles. No, 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 no. I want a man who is sensitive and feeling, and shares his vulnerabilities with me. And how do they treat men who act like that? They treat them like wimps. They treat them with disdain and disrespect. When a man pays attention to a woman, like say they want, I want a man who's devoted to me. If they had Edward Cullen, they'd consider him a creep. Okay? If they get a man who's utterly devoted to them all the time, they complain about him smothering them. But when a man walks in and doesn't smother them with attention, and in fact, if a man, look, these men talking about these pickup artists, these men talking a game. This is not just some guy writing a book, one guy writing a book someplace. Men are from Mars, women are from Venus. I got a book to sell. This is the accumulated experience of men all over Western civilization. It's an accumulation of personal experiences from all over the globe, and and over and over again, certain truisms surface. Women are more interested in men who show confidence, and men generally show confidence by not fawning all over someone. Men who are confident, men who are aloof, don't smother them with attention. A man who it's confidence. A man walks up and, hey, want a drink? No, and he just fine, whatever, walks off. He'll pull more attention than the guy who keeps trying. It's truism. It's also a truism that women think more by emotion. They judge men more by appearance. They, and on and on and on down the line. And the fact is, and the fact that some of the things that pickup artists say about women are unpleasant isn't what decides whether it's true or not. When a pickup artist says women are more attracted to men who treat them with disinterest, and the feminist crowd comes out, oh, that's so terrible. Yes, but the question isn't whether it's terrible or not. The question is whether it's true or not. And the fact these pickup artists are out there dragging in woman after woman says a great deal about it. Yeah, now I'll agree. They're not nice. These pickup artists that are picking up woman after woman after woman, bet you know do them and dump them, uh, man sluts. It's, no, it's terrible. It's wrong. But what they have to say about how they're able to do it. If a bank robbing is terrible, but when the bank robber tells you, this safe is a cracker box, you better listen. Nobody knows home security quite like a thief does. You know what I'm saying? Women say they want a sensitive, emotional, uh, man. Women go after men who are the exact opposite. And truism, they get a man, and the first thing they do, they start trying to change him. You say, oh, you need to stop doing this. You need to stop doing that, and you need to be more open with me. You need to be more this with me. And you need to be more that. And you need to stop wearing these clothes and shave your beard, and get rid of your mustache and cut your hair. And then 5 years later, they leave him and say, you're not the man I fell in love with. Of course not. You traded all out. You traded out all his factory parts. You picked him up factory stand and you switched out everything. Now you don't like what you have. Truths are not ugly. Let's address this. I think ugly truth is an oxymoron. There's nothing more important, more vital, more pure, more beautiful than truth. What's ugly is how some people react to the truth. The truth will save your life, no matter how quote unquote ugly it is. A pretty lie will destroy you. Man, I'm still stumped. Oh, I got an idea. Excuse me. Mm, mm. Creeping up on that 1,000 strip mark. got 19 more to go after this. 1817, actually. Well, there you go, Got about 20 to go. 15 years, 1,000 strips. Mm. Mm. They're going to, these Trickly Puffs and their stick figure fly-on companions. We got to come up with a better term than social justice warrior. For one thing, it's too cumbersome. It really doesn't have that snap, you know. But they're going to, 10, 20 years from now, assuming they live and they don't manage to pull a Darwin Award on themselves. Can you imagine the humiliation they're going to go through looking back at the footage of themselves throwing screaming tantrums? Most, there are still some hippies out there that look back with nostalgia on the glory days as fighters for the cause, man. If they had footage of them, I bet you if they had footage of themselves, they lose a lot of that romantic, rose-colored glasses memory of themselves. If we had the internet back in the '60s, uh, the remnants of Woodstock would have crawled off in shame uh, shortly after the '70s were done. Oh, okay. It is 11 o'clock. So I'm going to call it a night for tonight. We'll pick up tomorrow. It is going to be a broaster tomorrow. It's going to be at least in the 90s. So I'm going to be struggling just to, stay cool. No place else to do it but sitting right here in front of the computer, right in front of the air conditioner vent, I suppose. I will see you all tomorrow. Not sure when. I'll post up on Twitter and Facebook and stuff, shortly beforehand. And we'll take it from there. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all for your commissions and donations and pledges, and for reading and for watching and all that stuff. Yay! Y'all take care of yourselves. And y'all say a prayer for me whenever you get a chance. God knows I need all the help I can get. All right? And this has been Spleen Squeezings. Good night.